Ha! Hello! Stuff seems to work. Happy Saturday, everyone. I really need to make myself a checklist that's physical, that I can read when I go live. That's okay. We should be fine. So we're gonna pause the music there. So, progress since yesterday. I realized my previous house in this world. Yeah, that's really strange. I realized that the previous house I had on this server here. Yeah. This house here actually had some Botania stuff already, right in this area. So I carried that over. So now I've got an Ender Flame. I've managed to at least make myself some stuff. So now I actually own a Spectator, a Third Eye, a Lava Charm, Ring of Magnetization, a Manacea Monocle, and a Sojourner's Sash. So, that's what you've missed since I was live at 2 a.m. last night. Now my next plan is probably to, or mostly to, get more experience, because as you can see, my mana tablet is a bit low. And the current two ways I have to get mana are through coal or through experience. That's mostly by choice. I don't want to have to keep giving it food. I don't want to... I could do something with lava, maybe? Don't know. So that's where we are now. Sonic's in voice, so... I'm back.
Welcome back.
Now, I am going to refill my speed charm. Because a speed charm makes me fly much faster. And I'm flying in the wrong direction, actually. I want to be going this way.
Well, I appear to have discovered something that I very much want.
Oh?
An ender tank.
Yes, those are good.
Yeah. It means I can... Oh wait, a chunk loader's a thing in this pack.
You might need a it might be labeled a world anchor.
World spike point. World spike point. Expands world spike chunk loader area.
Maybe?
No, apparently it's actually just a straight out chunk loader. Standard world spike cart. Chunk loader. Expand. Pair
Just
with
making sure I
world
don't have anything
spike.
open that I don't need sucking out my resources.
Spike.
No. Is this the one I visited already? No, it's not. Found another slime island.
Yeah, just world spikes. There's like standard, personal, passive, admin. So I'm guessing that just depend. That's just whoever has permission.
Yeah.
All right. So what do I need for them?
You'll find out soon enough.
No, I won't. It's not actually telling me how to make them.
They might be creative only then.
I was hoping to be able to do stuff outside of creative. I mean, if it's a chunk loader, then I'm not really too fast, to be honest. I'm always tempted to creative myself in some ender tanks because I need blaze rods and ender pearls. Ender pearls aren't too bad, but blaze rods are annoying.
Ah, so you've got the Ender Tanks mod. I mean, that's pretty cheap to do. 4 blaze rods, 2 obsidian, a wool, a bucket, and an ender pearl.
Yeah, it's fuck all. The thing is, I have 2 diamonds. That's it. I haven't found diamonds yet. Oh, I found 2.
I've just found a group of iron golems, and I don't know why they're here. Hi, fellas.
The other thing is, that also means I should probably end up making some armor at some point. Because I haven't bothered yet. What is the tool
Free
called?
iron, I guess? No idea. Yeah, I'm averaging about 50 to 60 FPS with 30% GPU usage. I don't understand Java. Use the resources that are available.
It refuses.
Yeah.
There's a particular tool in armor that I'm pretty sure you can get in this mod pack. I just can't remember the name of it. There's like some multi-tool thing. It was really cool. Get mods for it, and you can bloody get all sorts of different things. No.
There are a number of multi-tools in these mod packs.
Yeah, it's great. A lava fabricator? I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, I need magma cream. Okay. When provided with large amounts of power, it will produce lava. Well, the problem is I need the power.
Hmm.
Kind of my whole thing. But I guess when you do have a bit of an abundance of power, you can pretty much create an infinite loop, I suppose.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to.
Nano suit? That looks cool. But it's also
The server doesn't like how quickly I'm moving.
There it is, the power armor. And the power fist. That thing's really fun.
Oh, actually, I wonder if I... Nope, I don't have power armor.
Oh, I thought that was a lot harder to build than what it actually is.
Yeah. Some of
But I
these
need
mods are not balanced particularly well.
But I need a tinker table. That's the hard part. Yeah, it's only circuits and silver. It's nothing but the tinker table to actually make it decent. That's the expensive part. Need an
Yep.
advanced circuit, which I don't like because I don't have glowstone yet. Emeralds aren't too much of an issue. There's a village not close by where someone's asking like 15 wheat for an emerald.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't really made an advanced machine casing yet either. Ah, well. I'll get to that at some point.
That's some interesting lava.
Wait.
It's not attached to anything. Hi, pigs. You can spare one friend. 2 friends, actually. Thank you. What are you? I mean, I can kill you. You're easy. I mean, other than flying being a pain in the butt. Ha! Finally! I've been looking for one of these forever. Like, these aren't supposed to be this hard to find. Hi, Scully. I'm just ignoring most of the ores I walk past and I only care about coal. That's not how you're supposed to play Minecraft. Mm-hmm. That lagged a bit. Neat. You're muted, by the way. Mm-hmm. What is this? Oh, it's just limestone.
Yeah, no, that's right. My brother was here.
Fair enough.
He brought me a pizza.
I just had pizza too.
Which I want to eat, but I don't want to get my hands all greasy, so I'm going to play around with this for a moment. I'm going to head off for a bit while I eat my pizza.
Okay.
Iron. Yeah. Where's my macerator? How much? 24,000 lava. Luckily, generator is. Luckily, the thermal generator is.
Oh, found a zombie spawner. Neat. Ooh. I like what it contains. I will at the very least take you. An Enderwing. Ooh, I like that.
Make an ivar ingot.
I have no use for rails.
Yes, an ivar. Iron, nickel, and an induction smelter. Surely there's an lost. There's no way to make out that does, apparently.
Is there a way for me to transfer energy from one tool to another? Probably not.
Derek, need an induction smelter.
Could just chill here for a bit for some experience.
Awesome. Well, that's right. It's doing its thing, and everything else is doing its thing. I don't think there's much else I can do right now. Yeah, I'm gonna head off for a bit. I'm gonna go
Alrighty. Enjoy. Now it's just me and these caves. I'm not panicking, it's fine. Alright, I needed zinc, didn't I? Galana. How do I make zinc? Oh, a grinder of tin ore. I shall keep an eye out for tin ore. Hi, buddy. You looked locked, so I thought I'd let you out. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's one of mine. Your tin. Let's grab some tin. What are you? Copper. Yep, I'll take you and... oh, why not some lead? And I might actually put on some music. Let me quickly do this. 19... 16... 2015... yeah, let's go with this. We'll skip the first track. I bet we're probably still underwater at the moment. little bit. I was correct. I've only run into one pirate ship, which is a little disheartening because I liked what they were carrying. Hi, zombie. And actually what I should be doing... Oh, there's a second pirate ship. Okay. Oh, jeez. That hurt. It's funny because they're skeletons. They essentially attack each other if one of them accidentally hits another. Because that makes sense, right? Hello. What you got? I will take your gold. The other funny part about their ships is they have these beds, and then there's just water down here, so some of them sleep in the wet. And it also means their boat is kind of in the middle of sinking. Which, fine, I guess. I have no need for any of this. But I will take these guys. Easy. Deadly Ashmane, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm not hacking, so I need some bad guys so that I can show you this. Will they spawn? Anyway, it's this bauble here. Third Eye. So if we quickly pull up Third Eye. Baubles. While worn at the cost of some mana, nearby mobs will be highlighted and visible through walls. So it required these resources, including a Rune of Earth, which required these resources. And this mana tablet right here lists how much mana I've got. Not a lot, but it's enough for me to be able to see mobs through walls. In terms of the flying, I'm wearing a jetpack, an armored jetpack specifically for Mechanism, and I'm combining it with... all these buttons are confusing. I'm combining it with a speed charm, which is about to run out, and Sojourner's Sash, which gives me a tiny speed boost. So what I'm actually going to do is, because I'm running a bit low on... well, a bit low on everything here. Half energy on my disassembler, half energy on my boots. Oh. Ben loaded into the game. I'm just gonna go up this way, over to my base. There was a bit of server lag right there. I can feel it. Where am I? How far down am I? Is that me over here? Okay. Yeah, I have to go all the way up. My house is up here.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Oh, hello. Your mic is very quiet again.
Yes, just let me actually move it in front of my face.
That usually helps, yes. Hello.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Bit of a client-side lag there. It should not be this hard to kill squid. Question for you, Ben. Do you know why there are so many guardians spawning around the map?
Not sure, actually. Could be.
Because they're just all over the ocean, which is not how they're supposed to spawn.
Aren't they only supposed to spawn at the little temple things?
Yes.
Oh, something's broken, I guess.
Yeah, apparently. Man, I'm glad I went out and got a lot of emerald, because I'm going to need more. The speed charm requires an emerald block to recharge, and because I move around so much, I need to refresh it very often.
I've got 47 emeralds here, you can have if you need them.
I'll have to check how many I have. And also, I seem to be missing one of my machines, and I don't know how or why it's vanished. I'm going to check my old base in a sec. But you wouldn't have a, what is it called? A security... an ME security terminal anywhere?
Got a crafting grid, that's about it. But I'll check in the inventory. What was it? Crafting. No security.
ME security terminal. I'm going to quickly recharge right here. Recharging my boots first.
I'll see if our good old friend Root has one.
I'm probably draining my batteries trying to recharge this capturing wand. How are my batteries going? Oh no, they're both pretty full. I should probably make more, to be honest. You can see my experience going down very quickly while I stand on this plant. I feel like this mana spreader takes everything. I don't know if it's because this is pointed.
So that was an interesting Snapchat. Friends are over in Japan at the moment and their kettle sets off the smoke alarm for the whole building.
Mm-hmm. That's unfortunate.
Yes, the building's been evacuated twice now. You thought that learned the first time, but no.
People don't learn. Especially adults, we don't know what we're doing. Do I have any signs? Yes. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Okay. Mm-hmm. I need a second sign. Warning. Only do not stand here. Don't stand here. That'll fit. It turns XP into... I think it's a good enough warning. For now, I will put this away, and these guys. Just gonna watch the number go up. Dude, what else does not enough ones have? I am spelling it the correct way, but it's not working properly. So we have... we have a freezing wand, which is a work in progress. Acceleration wand, moving wand. Take a block and place it down. Push blocks. Spawn light. I need an illumination wand. Oh, they're cheap. Oh, they're very cheap. Maybe I need that instead of torches. Got an acceleration wand already. Okay.
I've made a Robert and I have no clue what it does.
Okay, no worries.
I have to open up Google. Or Bing.
Hutzel86, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. Hope your weekend's going well. What brings you down my neck of the woods? Okay, so there's my teleportation wand. I'm just waiting for this illumination wand to charge up so that I can test it out. Because I'm sick of carrying torches everywhere. So I need to find my ME security terminal. I'll go to my old base in a sec. Because I can't use my wireless ME system. It won't bind because I moved it. Okay. I kind of wish the hotbar was longer, but that's another story altogether. Do a quick inventory dump here. What have I got? I've got gravel and andesite. Oh, that's not what I meant to throw. There. Yes. Gravel. Andesite goes in this chest. Yes. I guessed correctly. No, this one over here. Oh, I've got a lot of flint. I didn't realize. Don't know if that's where I want to keep the flint, but that's a decision for later. So I can get rid of these torches, instead use this. So just placing it down lags the game. I can... yeah. That's weird. I don't know if I want to use them if they do that. Whatever. I'll carry it around, see how I like it. Yeah, that looks fine. I'll keep that.
Out of all the things I do not own, cobblestone.
I only have 15,000?
Only.
15,700, yeah. I apparently have some cobblestone down here as well. Which of these was glowing? Oh, there's one cobblestone block in this chest. That'd do it. Right then. Currently got 74 emerald. Let's recharge the speed charm. That feels much better. And then we're going to go back to this direction. My previous home. I have half a door, some wheat. Ooh, actually. I will accept this gift from myself. Aha! So that's where my wand was. And I've got some floral fertilizer as well. Oh, and there's my other apothecary. Hi, Curdle Stuff. How's it going? Happy Saturday. I will need to bring some cardboard boxes for this. I could have sworn... I maybe had something behind here, but I guess not. What we're gonna do... Ben, I didn't know you made this wooden sign out of chiseled blocks. Ooh, school holidays sounds fun.
Let me open up the stream and see it.
Let me know when you've got it and I'll go back to that spot.
And there's a Fortnite ad. Wonderful.
Yeah. I tried loading up the Overwatch League stream earlier. And I kept running into an issue where it got into an ad loop, so it just kept playing the same like 2 ads over and over and over and never actually loading the stream.
Wonderful.
Which is not what you want when you're trying to watch a game.
No, it's not.
So this is the sign I'm talking about.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, I assumed it was.
The really dodgy cave to my house, well, my old house. Just so I could run over there and borrow sugarcane.
Yeah, I had a big sugarcane farm over here. How is this house lit up? Oh, right. I lined the walls, no, the ceiling with glowstone. That's right. No, that was Ben. That wasn't me. You know what? Green name.
That was me, Turtle.
All for OBS. Apparently, it can't detect that I've got Discord running. Sounds about right. I'm just going to move us into the streaming channel. That I'm actually tracking the right channel.
Ooh, the bitrate's higher in this one.
In which one?
Streaming chat.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, audio sounds a bit cleaner in this one.
It's identical.
Not gonna question it, but alright.
Oh no, I do have it. I don't know where it is. Oh, there we go.
He's using a computer, Curdle.
Whatever that message was didn't show up on my screen.
I've got like all 3 pop-ups out so I can see everything.
Oh, yeah. I'm using OBS Studio to stream. There we go. Now you can tell who is talking and when. But if you need the actual computer spec, I think that should go to the right spot.
Is Sonic here? I haven't heard him.
He stepped away for a bit.
Timing.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, I just got back.
Oh, hi there, Sonic.
So, dude. I feel better now that I've eaten. So
That's
I
good.
didn't realize it was like 3 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock here in what Wizards here. Sam
You can
calls
just
fake
say Matt.
Australia.
It's fine.
Wiz has
Everyone
no
knows who you
issue in
mean.
hiding. Yeah. Wiz has no issue in hiding his name or face.
This is true. Right, I went to grab some cardboard boxes.
What was I doing? That's right, I want to make an ender tank.
Oh, they don't stack, that's right.
Wonderful, I've died.
Usually you try and avoid doing that.
Usually, Ben doesn't.
No. just look at the death counter compared to Wizards. It's like 32 to 3.
Yep, his death count is at 32. He's not lying.
Bloody hell.
I'd hate to see how much I have on WMA.
Well, I I guess I'm going mining.
That's always fun. See ya, Curtis stuff. Curdle stuff. Why is the text so small on this screen? It makes it so hard to read names.
I just looked over at stream and it's got subtitles running, and bloody it picked up that guy's name is Cattle Staff.
It's close.
Ow.
I mean, if I spoke slower and more monotone, it would have less trouble picking up what I'm saying.
Yeah, those old bloody speech to text things are usually pretty dodgy.
Newer ones aren't bad, but this one isn't a new one, so this one's based on some pretty old tech.
I suppose I should get some more iron. I always need iron.
Okay, these two contain chests. What else can I yoink from here?
It's fun when you're in a server and you fire up old text to speech and it's just never ending noise.
What are the levels you most commonly find diamond? Isn't it like 11 through 15 or something?
Somewhere around there, yeah. Usually up to about 12 or 13 is your best bet. I don't have anything with Silk Touch, so I'm using cardboard boxes to transfer my bookshelves.
Of course, I had to die up a tree. Wonderful.
Sorry, the Joshua Gamer, we're not really inviting people to this private server. Sorry. My computer just made a weird noise. I'm concerned.
That's valid.
At least it's not a constant grind of a mechanical hard drive, I guess.
Pretty much.
God damn it! I don't want to fall down there.
Usually you don't want to fall down anywhere.
No, not when I'm trying to just dig a straight line staircase. I keep really falling into caves. Alright. Ooh. Quartz. I need that. From memory, I need a lot of quartz for me. Crap.
And two of these boxes contain chests, and we will put these chests here. Here. There we go. Nope, that's not what I meant to do.
I have a feeling I'm about to fall into lava. I can hear it. I appreciate that.
Sadly,
I'm going to
we
keep
won't
my
be
cardboard
anywhere.
boxes in my ender sack.
massive pit of lava.
Right, how much coal do I have? I might turn a bit more of that into 1,000. Let's just grab like 3 stacks. Don't go down there. You'll pick up my coal.
There's a skeleton that was highlighted under me.
Wait, can you see that?
Yeah, there's a skeleton under here.
Hang on, if I were to do this... I think it's this one?
Yep. And it's gone now.
What?
So they affect both of you, apparently.
The third eye that I'm carrying apparently affects him as well. So okay, Ben, keep an eye on that. Tell me when you can no longer see it.
I can no longer see it. Oh, kicks back in. There it is. And there we go.
So it's based on how close I am to it, you can also see it.
It's pretty cool either way.
What kind of tools do you have, Ben?
Atomic disassembler, and that's about it. There's also another one down there.
Yeah. But, free coal.
Damn gravel.
It's much cheaper than torches.
Matt, come over to me, I'll show you something.
What do you mean, come over to... Where did you go?
See that little, like, ravine that goes down? Fly across it and there's, like, a tunnel. Yep, there we go.
Ah, you're up here. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh. I've got one of those. Oh. Oh!
What the hell is that?
Yeah, I used to have one of those.
I literally don't know what it does besides follow me. And like
So you can upgrade them to... So, actually no. If you right-click on it, there's a sidebar on the right.
oh, it's got built-in crafting and all that.
Yeah, it's got its own inventory and stuff.
Ah!
You okay?
No, no, poor old Zabix isn't okay. It's on half a heart.
So, here's a funny thing. I'm holding some cooked chicken, right? It's telling me that you're also carrying cooked chicken.
But I have rice. What?
No, I mean that you have it in your inventory. What else do you have? Do you have melon?
Nope. I will send you a picture of it in the home.
Weird.
Discord
And why is
server.
it... Maybe it glitched out? Yeah, because you definitely don't have any of these things. Oh well. Ah, the coal caught up to me. I think it was mining. actually about to run out of mana, so I'm gonna quickly... Oh, no, I can't. I have to take it off. Fine. Yeah, it's plenty. Hey, Skeleton, how you doing? I need to pull it up. Another emerald. Oh, actually, do you want to join me in the nether, Ben?
Yeah, just let me run to the house and get a few things and I'll hop in with you.
Do you have another portal?
I think there is one close by, and by close by I think there's one in Root's house.
Ah, okay, yeah. As far as I've been able to tell, all of them seem to go to the spawn portal. So you can just go in any portal in the overworld and we'll both end up in the same spot.
Well, all of our houses are kind of in the 1k range of each other, so that's
They are, yeah.
probably why.
So I'm gonna go into the nether and I'll meet you there.
Alright.
Actually, I need to recharge some stuff first.
Silly question, how do you put your jetpack on hover?
My jetpack on what?
Hover.
I have a hotkey set for enter. I don't know what the default is. I think it's control or something silly like that.
To think in a mod pack where diamond isn't even the most valuable thing you can find, it's still stupidly difficult to find.
Yep. You could probably find a lot in the nether.
Yeah, but I need diamond to get to the nether.
Why?
Obsidian?
Obsidian is lava and,
Yeah, but you
Oh,
need
right, yeah, you're right, you're right.
I was gonna say, did I get that wrong? Can I use an iron pick for obsidian? Because if I can, then what am I doing? No, but yeah, I can't mine obsidian.
I mean, you don't have to mine it. If you've got a
It's like
bucket,
my
you can
God.
basically place each of the blocks using, placing the water, no, the lava in specific spots and putting water on top.
Oh, that's just being real flexible.
I am carrying an orb of evil.
I forgot how dangerous the spawn was.
Yeah, we should do something about that at some stage.
Probably would be best for everyone.
Or is it right over a lava pit or something?
Right next to a giant lava lake, yes.
that's probably been exploded 700 times.
And that is the exact reason why I want to get to the Nether.
You know what you should do
Did-
instead, John Lars?
Okay, great. Oh yeah, and Osama's messages never showed up for me. I don't know why that's happening. Sorry, Andasama. Let me quickly do some reloading here and there. See if that helps.
Just turn that close caption stuff off. It's distracting me.
Well, I'm close by Wizard. I can see all the mobs now.
Try saying something now, Andasama. You weren't that close.
See all the highlighted mobs
There we go. Now I can see Andasama's messages. I don't need this dirt.
Why'd you pick it up?
I didn't. I have a thing of magnetization. It drags stuff towards me. If you drop it.
There's diamond on the roof, yoink.
I will take the emerald. I may have just stolen that diamond off you.
If I need any more, I'll just take it from Nathan. Like he takes all my stuff.
Wow. Let me put this ring of magnetization away because it's
Gotta share
causing
the
some trouble.
resources.
I don't know, Andasama. Sometimes it does that. Sometimes it forgets. Playing ping pong with a ghast. Got it. Yeah, but the thing is, there's a number at the bottom to tell you how many of the chat services are currently connected, and it was telling me all of them were. Which is wrong, because apparently the Twitch one wasn't. How's it going over there, Ben?
Pretty good. Keep finding more diamonds, so that's helpful.
That's the Nether.
Oh, shush.
I'm mostly looking for emerald at the moment.
I accidentally left a diamond behind. And fell in lava. Wonderful. Taking damage while flying in lava. Wonderful. Keeps pulling me back in.
Oh, I love it when that happens.
Sounds like you're having a great time in there.
Are you swimming down here somewhere? Where are you?
I should be just underneath you, I believe. Oh, found some emeralds. This will be fully past like 6 emeralds. What's wrong with you, Matt?
Did I?
Yep, make that 7, 8.
Probably thought that was something else.
Hmm. I'll take that.
Don't you dare pour lava onto me, game.
Where'd you go, Matt? Oh, over there.
I was right next to you.
Damn game trying to pour lava. Screwed.
There are some diamonds over this way, Ben.
Which way? That way. Ah. Ah! No!
Oh
God,
no!
dang it!
Have
We need to
fun.
get you a fire charm.
Swim in the
Probably.
lava.
It's keeping me warm at least.
We're right across from spawn. Oh yeah, Sonic, if you're watching the stream, that's where spawn is.
Jesus.
Very safe, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's been repaired many times with some netherrack.
Yep.
Well, someone just keep dropping bloody bombs on it, so as soon as you walk out, you just fall into a giant moat of bloody lava.
Yeah, ghasts, you know,
No, yeah,
they
it's all-
exist.
I don't go to the nether very often, so I kind of forgot about that then.
Aren't you trying to get to the nether?
At the moment, yes. I mean, I'm not having any luck doing that. But I'm trying. No! God damn it, stop. Oh god! No, bad lava, bad lava, bad lava. Can I stop being on
Yep,
fire
that's
now?
that's why I've got this little guy.
Can I stop being on fire, please? Thank you. God damn lava.
Not to mention, Andasama, we are in the Nether, the world of fire, also known as Hell. So it's not surprising that there's a fair bit of fire going around.
Ow, I slipped in the lava again. That was very smart of me. Get off me. Eh.
Hmm. Ooh, what does this do?
At the moment, I'd like to say that the world of hell is trying to find diamond outside of the nether.
I ate a thing that said upgrade your inventory, and I don't know what it does.
It upgrades it, but wipes everything in it. I actually don't know.
Go away, lava.
Eat to upgrade your inventory.
Do it. Don't be soft.
Well, I ate it, and nothing changed.
Ah, that's boring.
Ah.
I have to Google it.
Will you just...
It adds a permanent extra button. Gives the player an extra 36 slots to transport items. Next to each row is a button that swaps the given row with the player's hotbar.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't see said button though. I have too many mods installed.
First world problems, I guess.
Well, apparently I'm digging underneath a lake of lava, so I think this whole lava thing is just going to become more of a problem before I get rid of it.
I need more pictures or a video or something. Oh no, so I already had it. It's this thing right here. Apparently, there's a button to swap it with my... Wait, oh, there's maybe a hotkey or something, I don't know. Okay, well, I'm gonna look for more emerald. Good question.
I think there's like 200 and something? 272, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
Too many.
Maybe for your computer.
No.
I can't make the mod list show up on stream.
I'm only saying too many because I just don't know what 3/4 of them do.
That's fair.
And it 116 mods.
There you go, 116. Feed the Beast Ultimate is closer to 300. Oh, I accidentally hit a pigman when I was aiming for a skeleton, I'm sorry.
You've done it now, Matt. It's true.
Just as a warning.
I found the house that I originally built with chisel blocks. God, this was a nightmare.
Yeah?
I actually never completed it.
Yeah, the chisel blocks ended up being too much of an effort.
Oh, I ran out of picks. Damn it. All I want is some diamonds.
My jetpack isn't making any noise. It's a bit of a bummer that this mod pack doesn't come with Twilight Forest, because that at least gives you more stuff to do, more to explore.
Twilight Forest, cool.
Yeah, I think that's why I kind of stopped playing, because I kind of done what you had to do to play, and then sort of sit there and go,
Is what also a mod, Andasama? There are a lot of cool mods in this game.
Where's my home? I've lost my home. There it is.
Ah, I see what you did there. Oh,
Why is my macerator constantly making noise even though there's nothing in there?
Have
Good
you tried
question.
turning it on and off again?
No. Yeah, it seems to be reversed. It makes noise when it makes noise when it's empty, but it stops making noise when there's stuff in it. Oh, nope, now it's making noise. This thing needs to work out what the hell it's doing. I am out of wood. Apparently I don't have any axes or anything. Probably when I died from lava earlier.
I forgot how much experience Nether Quartz gives you.
Yeah, and
A
you
lot
get
more
it
than
really
it probably
quickly.
should.
And you get it really quickly considering you can mine an entire vein in one hit.
Yep.
Thank you, Mechan.
Plus, you
Yeah.
know, you're running around at some stupid speed.
Yep.
I don't have any of that fancy shit yet.
I actually think Mechanism isn't balanced well. It's too easy to get to the end game of Mechanism, and you don't even have to worry about anything anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It might have changed since this mod pack. But if your first priority is Mechanism, you can... Okay, so this Andasama is an atomic disassembler, right? It was crafted using some stuff, which was made using metallurgic infuser, obsidian, diamond, an energy tablet, which is basically a battery.
Oh, no.
And basically, everything in the Mechanism mod, all of these items, use RF, or redstone... what's it called? Anyway.
I can't even...
It's redstone electricity, basically. And the atomic disassembler uses that power. And what you can do is you can switch between modes. So you can't see it because it's outside of the game view. But over here you can see I've been toggling between off, normal, slow, and fast. It also has a vein mode, and that is what allows me to break things like the nether quartz ore. If I break one, vein mode, it breaks the rest of them. Now, obviously, the more efficient you make it, so in this case, if I'm in vein mode, it uses the stored energy much faster. And you can see, well, the other thing is netherrack actually breaks very quickly in general. Now, the problem is that the nether diamond ore and the nether emerald ore and all of those for some reason, don't support the vein mode of the atomic disassembler, so it still only breaks one block. And that's how quickly it does it. But if I go over and I'm like, okay, I don't want to take that long, I switch to fast mode, I can essentially do something similar to vein mode without having to be in vein mode.
Basically, once you have this tool, you're pretty powerful.
Yeah. As long as you can generate enough power for it, which I can, because I have 2 solar panels and 2 very big batteries where the solar panels are always running, so it's not a big deal.
Should come over to my house and just hear the noise from the windmills.
Yeah, I used to use windmills. Oh look. It's, what's this guy called? Oh yeah, Diablo, what was his name? El Diablo something? The chicken that attacks you in the nether.
Good LD. Diablo? Got some wacky name.
Yeah. Let me see if he shows up in this. Yeah, he does. Spawn. Yeah, here we go. Diablo El Polo. He's an evil chicken. Yeah. Pretty much, Andasama. Now I'm going to make it easy for myself. Probably. I would say the closest to that would be the Ether mod. I need my ender sac. Because I need my cardboard box. Wait, I can't. Oh, there we go.
Is that copper? That was copper. I need that. Copper.
Now I have a blaze spawner in a cardboard box.
Yeah, how do you harvest spawners? Can you just mine them and get them, or does that just break?
No, you need certain tools for it.
Damn it.
You can... I think you can silk touch it in most mod packs.
That was the other thing I was going to ask. Can I silk touch it?
I'd be very surprised if you can't.
Because I'm lazy and I play on peaceful, but I'm pretty sure on peaceful you can still find spawners.
Good question.
Yeah, but that'd be pointless thing because they don't spawn. I assume.
Well, that's why you grab.
Ow.
You grab.
There's
the
another
spawner.
evil chicken.
Yeah. Nah, the idea is you grab the spawner and you put it somewhere safe for you to work with, and then you spawn them on and then just kill them. That's my plan anyway, because I don't actually want to fight anything. I just want to build stuff.
Come on, evil chicken. Get back here.
I need blaze rods.
Got him.
We now have a safe spawn.
I found something that you will really like. Oh, jeez. Some potions of fire resist.
Yeah, I saw that in the stream. Oh heck. Yeah, the box.
It's a stim
God
pack.
damn lava! Go away! And of course, I've hit another cool bloody lava. I have no idea if that's actually reached that far. It's not, but
Oh, that is not a thing here, Andasama.
I swear to God.
I should head back towards spawn. Oh. Any opportunity to kill you guys, you know? You're not as scary when fire doesn't hurt me. Hmm. Oh no, my atomic disassembler is out of... Oh jeez. I have to quickly reconnect. Podsy, hi, welcome to the stream. How did I download them? In this particular case?
I swear to God, if I try
I
and find
believe I
one-
used the Feed the Beast launcher. Yeah. Hermit Pack 170 for Minecraft 1.10.2.
Lava.
I don't apparently even have it installed anymore. But here's how I access it. I actually wonder if I can get the origins of it. Multi-MC Frost, that's unfortunate, I'm sorry.
I just want some diamond.
No, and Osama, I'm currently using the built-in Windows captions. What I've been meaning to do, and actually what I should do, is ask Rodney what his caption thing... if his caption testing thing is available for me to test, because I can update my local build to support his caption system. There you go, Ben. Enjoy.
Wow.
I think my house is this way. Yes, it is. I had to check the map there. I do have a question for you though, Endosama. How'd you go from Chick-fil-A is one of those weird things. On that note, do you have a live caption source? I don't see the connection. Just letting this drain me of all my experience.
I like how you've just got a sign next to the flower.
It's a warning so that people know that if they stand over in this area, they will lose their experience.
Fair enough.
Hmm. They are selectable. Oh, apparently my camera froze. When did this happen?
Oh yeah, it has too. You're just sitting there taking a big old drink out of your water bottle.
Yeah. An infinite drink.
Just give me goddamn diamonds. I'm like, how long can we get out of this for?
Oh, I have one gust here. That's nice. You know, I have the captions on in here.
Oops, that was an ore, not cobblestone. Whatever.
Okay. Ah, damn it.
You know, is there a way that I can just make a diamond somehow?
Might be able to.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check. You matter. Whatever the hell you matter is, but... Or a transmutation stone, and some gold. Don't know what the hell that is either, so...
I think your coal machine is full over there.
Yeah,
That's
slightly.
supposed to drop coal.
It's supposed to drop coal onto that plant, and then the plant absorbs the coal.
Oh... Of course. No, there doesn't appear to be a way to make a diamond. Well, there is, by compressing a coal chunk, but you need a piece of obsidian to compress a coal chunk.
Ah, damn.
Which is completely pointless because you need diamond. So, that's fun.
Cardboard box, empty. Cardboard box, monster spawn. Card. Loud Giraffe, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. Hope your day's going well. I could probably get rid of this because I don't need a box that contains leaves.
How do you have a box that contains leaves?
Yeah. I need some kind of door. Do I have any doors? I have a wooden door. Do I want a wooden door? Is a wooden door a good idea? I will probably make... do I have some iron in here? Yeah, I do. Cool. And...
Whatever. I want diamond, but I've been digging for like an hour and haven't found anything. It's just...
Oh no, Ben! What have you done?
33 kills now. Well, sorry, deaths.
What did he do?
My boots ran out of charge, I think.
Oh yeah, that happened to me earlier. That's where my third death came from. Thanks for the reminder, though.
I'd rather a third death than a 33rd death.
Hmm. This is true. Luckily, Slashback exists.
What? Wait, it does? Well, I hope my life now. I've been flying and walking back ever since.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that it did exist, and it doesn't actually tell you it exists until you type it in, and it just lets you go back. Hi, Tim. How's it going? We're having some fun here. I need stone. Well, I mean, Ben just died again.
I was gonna say, you're having fun, Ben's dying, and I'm getting frustrated not finding diamonds, so...
This is fair.
I should probably put a door on my house. Where's my iron? God let's do that.
Okay, so that's the blaze spawner. What was the other spawner I was carrying? Oh, zombie spawner. Okay.
Alright, I have doors, that looks a bit better.
Oh, for crying out loud, I'm
Damn
not
it,
even
Ben.
50 meters from my house.
God. Your luckiness really hits you. What was that ravine that we found?
Flies planes, but can't fly in game.
Why
Oh,
does it?
now I've got witches after me. Wonderful.
My housemate's just got a pool of lava right next to her house. Hey.
Keeps you warm in winter, I guess.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, she also built her house over a bloody ravine as well. I've been meaning to follow.
That's weird.
Cow, you're very close to the edge there. Haha, you fell in.
Oh, I can make a solar helmet. This might help.
You sure about that?
Probably not. It only makes what 128 EU a tick.
Something. So it's very small ravine. It's useless. Just diamonds, why is it so hard? Place.
That's not what I meant to click. I need the other one. This one. There's a village there. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, there we go. Rip.
Right then.
It's usually down.
Hmm. Where was that skeleton spawner? Oh, it's up there. Oh. Hi. I have no idea how to get to this skeleton spawner.
Egg. Oh wait, it seems to be in a house.
I have a waypoint to it, I just don't know what the correct path is.
What the hell is this stuff? Hey, I found horses.
Same damn path. Need the other one. This one.
Hi, horsies. Beautiful horsies.
Found it.
Let's pack it up.
Yep. Then there was another zombie spawner nearby, I think. Not that way. Don't know the right way to get to that one, though.
This seems to be
I'm assuming this path goes to it.
an issue.
No, it's another 1,000 blocks away. This is not the right way.
damn dead ends.
Right? They suck.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a cave that'll take me down where I need to go over there and open the dig. Just in time. These games are fucking nice to me. For once. I think I was too much stars.
Oh, I realized why I feel slow. I need to refresh on my speed charm. Another 9 emeralds gone just like that.
I'll be right back, boys.
Alrighty.
Ooh, I found a village.
Those can have some nice stuff.
I'll be happy if they have diamonds.
That would be the nicest.
I don't even know if they're capable of having diamonds. Nope, emeralds for paper, emeralds for coal. I'm not really arguing with that. Emeralds I know will come in helpful later. Or at least I know that it's a village. Huh. Paper. Coal paper. Coal emerald. Excuse me, sir. Rotten flesh.
Aggressive. Biome crystal.
Well, there's another village here.
Oh. It helps you find some crystal.
Let's make all the villages red. Village number 2.
That's a treat. It's not where I meant to go.
Ooh, they have a cave right next to the village. I like caves.
Me too. My mana tablet is running low.
Oh, mine is a crab cave. Doesn't actually go anywhere.
Give me a chance to place down my cardboard boxes, thank you. There we go.
And this one is also a dead end. Oh, damn it. Oh, not quite. It leads into lava. So yeah, it's pretty much dead end.
Right, I was gonna check for that security thing. I still don't have it, so need to make it.
Ooh, got a fun cage that wants to go down. Or is it just gonna stop? No, it just stops.
Sweet. I'm missing basically everything. That can't be right.
Oh, let's get rid of that. There's a llama on the side of the mountain there.
Yeah, no. This is lying to me.
What are you talking about? Games never lie.
Engineering process. I'm gonna need one of you. So I need an engineering processor. Two glass cables, 4 glass cables. Do I have any chat? It's not in use. No, I don't. Oh no. I'm gonna have to make it. It's been forever since I've done this. This is gonna suck. Do I have quartz fibers? No, I have enough to make quartz fibers. Quartz dust and glass.
Of course, I need glowstone for that shit. Alright, well. Miners and a drill, apparently. Just
Okay.
Mining to really need a diamond pickaxe. Why does everything require diamond?
I know. My brain hurts. I need to crush some more.
Can't really do much more. Yeah, diamond. Easily, anyway.
Wolf Hybrid, welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. It's more complicated than crafting. ME storage is a pain in the butt.
Ah, that's what you're doing. I was wondering why your brain was hurting so much. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Every storage sucks.
I'm basically staring at this going, I don't remember anything! I'm gonna have to... What items do I need in the thing again? Right. Luke's crystal. Created with nether quartz and charged Certus quartz when placed in water together with redstone. Okay. Luke's crystal. Mmm. Neat. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm digging right down. Right here, I'm just gonna dig down. Fuck it.
Yeah. Good luck. Oh, is it one... Hang on.
Oh, cool, I dug straight down and I found a cave.
Is it one of those portable ones, Wolfie Bread? Like this? Because I've got one of those too. Oh, yours hooks on the back of a chair. Interesting.
Cool.
Let me see if I can find it. There's this really good video.
Oh well.
Okay, I found it. This video is really good. Because basically what you do... Right? You grab there on the side and there on the top.
You're kidding me!
You died, didn't you?
No! I just picked a random spot in the world, went fucking dug straight down. As soon as I hit level 11, there's a piece of bloody diamond.
Ah.
Just-
Wolfie Bread, do you mean one of these? Because I just noticed that in my search result. Because that looks weird, and a green screen should never be that close to the back. Let me quickly pull. Let me hit this button and this one. So when I set up my green screen, I usually set it up around here. where this speaker is. Because you want to light the green screen separately from lighting you. Pearly, hi there.
Hey, Billy.
Well, let me show you the video I was going to show you anyway, because it's neat as heck. Right, so you grab there and there. It's crazy how easy this ends up being. Right?
Yeah.
You literally push them down, which turns it into a loop like that. And then you twist your hand. That's all you do. You twist your hand, the right hand in his case, and it's like magic. Because the whole thing just folds up.
Yeah, now it has 7 diamonds.
And so it fits in here. Like, this is my green screen. The problem for me is because I don't have much space behind me, I don't have a good spot to provide light to such a green screen in a way where it's spread out enough. This current lighting that you're seeing right now, I basically have one of those really big lights behind my left monitor. And it's providing enough light for the room for the camera to see me. But if I were to set up the green screen behind me, it would not be bright enough to be able to differentiate me from the background. Because, like, I do have a light up there that I don't have on. And I used to have a smaller lamp on right here instead of the one that I've got at the moment. But it was too much in my face, and it still affected... the brightness of my face was affected by what was on my screen, so it wasn't good enough. But the one I've got running at the moment is set up in such a way where you see no artifacting from light, and actually I could add a second light directly behind my monitor, or somewhere over there to my right, and be able to light up the space a little more. Pumped Hades, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I play Minecraft because it's something I've played for many years, and honestly, it's all Sonic's fault.
Hey!
This guy right here.
Blaming me for...
Well, at the time I was playing I'd just finished playing Sea of Thieves. And you were like, hey,
Hey, I didn't say anything.
No, sorry. So what happened was I opened the Xbox game bar right after closing Sea of Thieves. And it told me Sonic playing Minecraft. And I was like, interesting. And then I noticed you were in Discord voice chat. So I joined you in there.
Yep. And then you ended up streaming till 2 AM last night.
Yes. Pumped Hades because Fortnite
As you
sucks.
do.
That's why. Okay, so I need redstone. What are the things that I need? Redstone, charged Certus quartz, and nether quartz. Let's do a full half stack. Minecraft's been around longer, and actually, you know what? Minecraft recently hit 30 million sales on PC. So... where is... I have a web page for this.
Actually, I've been trying to ask you a question, but I didn't realize I mute myself. I'm really bad at that. Just grab that. You can't make the infinite liquid pool with lava like you can with water, can you?
Correct, which is unfortunate.
Ah well. Oh,
So, Pumped Hades, this is how many people bought the Java edition of Minecraft. Even more people play the Bedrock versions, because 100 million copies of Minecraft have been sold. So, how many people have played? Number of active Fortnite players. Let's see.
He seems unnecessarily aggressive. No reason.
Yeah.
But why? Like, do you want to watch someone that's playing Fortnite? Go watch someone that's playing Fortnite. Oh damn! I'm an idiot.
My setup is the way I have it set up on purpose.
I'm back, gentlemen.
Welcome back.
I've got a full screen of screens, so I can actually read.
I'm not seeing an active player count anywhere.
I need to find somewhere else to put my water source because.
And the numbers I am finding are old. Oh well. I'll just hit this button instead.
Nah, I'll just wait for it to freeze over, whatever.
Okay, so I needed redstone, charged Certus quartz, and nether quartz. How much nether quartz do I have?
I'm
no.
gonna try and make some obsidian. Not entirely sure how. I can just make obsidian.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Wolf hybrid. Nether quartz.
Ah, Pearly's in chat. Hello there, Pearly.
I'm starting to get sick of these backpacks filtering stuff out. I just dropped some things and now I don't know where they went.
Is it water falling onto lava that makes obsidian? And lava on top of water makes cobblestone or stone?
Yes. There we go. Now I've got 64 Fluix crystals. That is a good starting point.
I need one more piece of dirt so I can block that off.
What I might do...
Oh, I screwed that up. Aha! That one worked though. Do I have a piston anywhere? Doesn't appear.
Probably not.
No, it doesn't appear so, but they're easy as hell to make, so... I need some of that and some of that, I believe. Okay.
This is true. Wolf hybrid. The issue I've run into is that I just get weird frame drops. Like I have it set to 60. If I move like this, that's 56 FPS. I don't know why, because my GPU usage is at 30%. I want 2 stacks of glass, maybe.
Oh, Zabex. My little robot fell down in Root's hole with me.
Yeah, I wonder where my robot is.
Ribbit.
Might make a
Mine's
new
called
one later.
Zapex.
Ah, oil sand. Well, that was a waste of time and resources. Oh well. What am I doing? There we go.
One, two, three, four, five. Need one more.
God, I forgot how long it takes to find a piece of obsidian.
Purple Shep, welcome. Hope your day's going well. What am I missing? Oh, I was making this one, wasn't I? And to do that, I need these guys, so fluid dust and a logic processor. Logic processor. Okay. And then I can make this guy, but I only want to make it with a regular fluid crystal. And where's the ME terminal I made? No, I didn't make one yet. I need to make it though. To do that, I'm missing. Illuminated panel. And that needs a special type of glass. Quartz glass. And a quartz dust. Full and full. Now I can make you. Right. Make you. Which then lets me make you. Too many pieces to this. But it's a good refresher. So now we've got an ME terminal. So we need to make an ME chest. Yeah. Then using that, we can make this. We're only missing the middle piece, which requires you guys. Oh, geez. Storage components. These are the worst.
I'm such an idiot.
Oh, no, Ben.
Right.
Ben died again.
Again.
You only just got back, dude.
No, it's up to 35 now. Can't take me anywhere.
At least one of us is having luck. I managed to find my diamonds.
Only took how long?
Yeah,
long.
I don't want to talk about it. And how I ended up finding it was I went fuck it, and I just picked a random spot. I dug straight down, and then I stopped at one point, and I happened to find where I needed to be.
Yeah, I need one more of those. And to make one more of these, I need more of these. So I need the printed calculation circuit and some redstone. I don't even have a printed calculation circuit. Which ones do I need for a calculation circuit?
The atomic pick is too fast for me. I just destroyed half my house.
I need a pure Certus quartz crystal. Do I have any of those? No. How do I make a pure Certus quartz crystal? Certus quartz seed made from certus quartz dust and sand. Certus quartz dust and sand into a puddle of water. Okay. Certus quartz dust. Certus quartz. And I will need a stack of sand. And then I have one of these cables, because I will need to connect these guys. This should start pulling a lot of power. This is going to be a lengthy process. So now we have a stack of this and a stack of this. And we're going to drop them in the water. Hello. No, I'm good. And now we wait. Because every mod that I enjoy playing requires a lot of waiting.
Don't you have to power those blocks up for them to charge a lot faster?
Yes. They're powered right now. You can see the electricity flowing through them.
It doesn't just show up that well on stream.
No, basically I have some glass cable running from the rest of the system, and you'll notice that I have a gap here. Basically, it's a way for me to stick one in when I need it and pull it out when I don't need it.
Ah, you've got like a... Okay, yeah, I see what's going on now.
And so now, if we go upstairs and we look at my battery, because it's solar powered, I'd assume that one of these is going to be going down. How many batteries do I have? Just the two here, yeah? Yeah, it is going down. But because these numbers are so large, you can't actually see it. Hang on. What was the name of the thing? Network reader? The network reader? I think I can read how much power something is pulling using this guy. Yeah. There's currently 120 RF per tick going through. Oh, hi, Ben.
Hello there. The portals still work.
Yeah. How are they getting power, by the way?
I don't know, and I'm afraid to ask.
Because, like, I looked at it earlier, right? And I went... Okay, so... my end does not have anything connected to it.
Oh, Zavix came along as well. Yeah, it doesn't. So, not gonna question it. Free power, I guess.
Maybe, I don't know. Hang on, is it Certus quartz dust? Oh no, it's charged Certus quartz dust, isn't it?
See you, Sonic.
Oh no, we lost Sonic. So does quartz dust and sand. Oh, so does quartz seed. Oh, I skipped a step. That's what I needed. There we go. So yeah, I was looking at it being like, okay, so we have the portal, and it's full of power, but I don't know where that power's coming from. It's not on my end.
Is it like some linking system or something?
No worries, Sonic. See you later. Sorry?
Is it like a what would you call it, wireless power, or would it be drawing power from my portal?
That's what I think, that maybe my portal is pulling from your portal once the connection is active. But do you have power connected to it?
Yes, constantly.
Okay,
Let me
if you
disconnect
disconnect that power... Actually, let me go through, and then disconnect the power. Because maybe what happens is I had to provide power initially, and then if you have enough power on both ends, it makes the connection, and once the connection's active, it can pull power from either side.
Well, I've disconnected it, so maybe come back through and we'll see if it draws power from any. Because mine's still sitting at 2 MRFs.
Mine's at 1.99. I'm assuming you have to keep going through it for it to use power. So let's just keep walking through. Oh, jeez.
How to kill the server 101.
No, it's more about you've got a hole right in front of it. Hey,
Oh, wow.
why would you do this?
There's a hole over here. $1.99 now.
I can't actually get out on my end. It keeps teleporting me back to yours.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Mine's at 1.99.
So, free power, question mark? Or...
Yeah, that's
it
what
just
I'm
uses
starting
a
to
very
think. I
little
don't
one.
I don't have anything hooked up to it.
What happens if we change it to Nathan's portal?
There we go. Pure Soda Quartz Crystal. 2 stacks.
So, that's weird. Nathan's portal teleports you, but it's not physically there. I think something's a little broken.
Slightly. Calculation press and Pure Soda Quartz Crystal. Gotcha. There has to be the side one. think it stacks in here. Yeah. Okay. Let's do 1 stack. Do I have another inscriber actually? No. Just the one. I do have 2 spare charges. Because there was... Oh, you're kidding me. I had a spare ME terminal in here. Ah. If I do a refresh on some pages in my second screen. Oh, and I can also disconnect this. I don't need it doing power. So once I've got this guy, I need redstone and printed silicon. I can do that.
Oh, just saw your comment, Pearly. Yeah, probably haven't heard it before.
Redstone dust. You know what, I'll automate this later. I don't really need this right now.
Root, why do you have 606 blocks of iron?
Was there one at the back? Yeah, okay, so the redstone goes in the back one. And... Haha! No? No? Is it... Do I have to put this one in manually? I don't remember. Critical Role, The Legend of Vox Machina has hit $9 million. For those who are following it.
I have no clue what you just said, but alright.
Getting hot in here. And my mouse battery is running low. Okay, that's 8 of these. Hopefully that'll be plenty. And then I need... I short on? Short on everything. Lauren, welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. How are you doing today? Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. I don't know why Bodissimo has a star at the end of that. I've lost track of what I was up to. Which part?
I guess you could go back and rewatch your stream for 5 seconds.
Rather not, it's effort. Oh, I need logic processors, that's why. Yeah. New logic processors. I'm rusty and this is painful. Okay. That's the 1Ks. And then I need the 4K. I only need one. I think. Because I had enough. Yes. Okay. Oh, interesting. Game Bar notified me about the mixer follow. What am I missing? I'm missing one component. I need an engineering process. Everything's notifying me that you followed me, Lauren. And added me as a friend. Diamond one. Okay, this should be the last piece of the puzzle. Okay. So now, what this will allow me to do is I should be able to just place it there. And where's my wireless terminal? Yes, this guy. So that I can link it. So that I can remotely access my storage. Yes! Okay. Now, the question becomes... I need a wrench. This one. I can grab this. Yeah, okay, so I need a good spot to put this. I don't think I currently have one. Oh, maybe... Alright, Lauren, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Nope, I don't have a spot behind it. Damn! Did I have any more... What is it called? Glass cable. Am I carrying a bit? Yes, I am. What I can do... No, I can hide it in here. Yes. As long as it lets me connect via the top. Please let me connect via the top. I need it. Oh, actually, it's also connected via the side. So we can actually get rid of the top one. Yes! Success! This will speed up things. Now, the other thing I need to do... I'm just going to pull up this. So I don't need an ME chest. I need a way to connect. Yes, I need an ME storage bus. When attached to another inventory block, lets you access that inventory via networked functions. I need one of these. So... I don't think I have any. And we're going to validate that I don't. Cool. So now we need to make one. Don't have an ME interface either. We need to make one of those. Oh, I'm short one formation core. No, one annihilation core. Oi. Oh, I need Fluix dust. Have I run out of that again? Let's run the crusher again. 16. Had one extra.
Oh, come on, really?
You died again?
This time it was a creeper. Not falling to my death.
This is a good point. You're getting better. Okay, that's an ME storage bus. And then... I don't have the wiring done in a way that makes this easy. What I should do... Oh... No, I can't do that. I have to do it straight up. Alright. Oh. Hang on. Now if I wire you this way... No, hang on. No. So what I need to do is, I need to get more cable facades. Actually, I don't need facades, I just need anchors, that's fine. An anchor will stop them from attaching to each other. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to dump everything in here that is related to ME storage. Including the wooden crank. Then we're going to grab a cardboard box. Now the storage bus is online. We don't need this. And now... Yeah! I've still got it!
Until it breaks in 10 minutes.
I need a stone block. Pearly. Jeez. Yep, okay. Connects through the facade. Okay. Does result in some weird lighting. That's fine. I am too. Glad it all worked. Now, theoretically... So that provides power. Then I take it away to actually remove that power. Excellent! It's all working now. And I could use this dirt to cover this block up. I haven't decided on the materials down here yet. Oh. That hurt, zombie. Why would you do that? I shall be right back.
Alright. Turn away from my house for 1 minute and now it's on fire. Wonderful.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna do a bit of a shift here. There we go.
In the progress of while you were gone, my house burnt down.
Oh no, really?
Yeah,
That's problematic.
it's not nice, I'll tell you that.
Why did it burn down?
Fire in the basement, literally. I tried to make a nice little fireplace and it did not end up well.
That's problematic.
Can I claim this on insurance now? That's the next question.
I don't think so.
Yeah, basically, I left the oven on. Left the oven on and went for a walk. Uh-oh, where's my villager? I think it died. Not a...
Yeah. Zeltic, Minecraft's been in the future for a while. I mean, here's the thing, right? And this is something... Nah, this is modded. Also, my chat's missing. Let's quickly fix that, because we kind of need that. So this is modded Minecraft. There's a mod list of about 130 mods, did you say, Ben?
136, I think I said.
136 mods. Currently running on patch 1.10.2. I don't know if it's been updated for 1.12 or 1.13 yet.
Kinda dead.
So yeah, I may have gotten hit by a few skeletons. Just a couple, you know.
Just a few.
However, speaking of new patches, 1.14 is looking really nice.
I actually haven't even had a real play of the patches for a very long time, so I'll have to pop one on and have a look. Because didn't they add parrots?
Fair enough, Celtic. Add what, sorry?
Parrots or birds or something.
Yes, parrots were added in 110? No, 111.
Oh, really? Shows you how much I take notice.
Let me double check. Trivia. Okay, Java, they were added in 113 actually. No, 112. 112. When was 112 released? A year ago? June 2017. That's right, because 113 was June...
I remember when 1.6 was released.
113 was July 2018, yeah. I wonder if they have an estimate for 114. Sometime in 2019. Okay. Well, they're in the bug fixing stage, so. Also, Ben, our portal is down. What happened?
Mine's still up. Oh, wait, mine's linked with root now. If you
That
go
would be
for
why.
roots, go for roots and you'll see what I'm talking about, what it does.
As in, go to Root's base and then teleport to yours?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me quickly charge my stuff. But anyway, Celtic, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Same old webcam. The only difference is which light I'm using. It's the only difference. But it makes all the difference. I know. Oh, I need to grab a emerald block. Right. Root space is that way.
Use the portal if you can.
Oh, to portal to his. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And you'll see the invisible portal.
Oh, will I? But yours is connected to it at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, I think I just disconnect it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Try that.
I spawned in a wall, I think.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, so his portal isn't invisible? It's just not spawning correctly? Yes, Dylan.
Oh, wait, it's
100%. It's a wall. Well, actually, it's a floor. Oh, he has an ender energy conduit connecting to his portal. His portal is built under the floor. That's why I spawned in a wall. Well, okay. We're gonna fix this. Oh god. I heard you over there. What? Where did the creeper go? I'm so confused right now.
Sorry about that, Matt. I'm back now.
Welcome back. I don't know what happened. I stole at least,
there's a
what,
witch in my house.
2
Wonderful.
cobblestone? So, this one? Nope, that one doesn't contain cobble. This one also doesn't contain cobble. Would it be part of digging? Nope. Aha. I'm going to assume that that was like that, and then building. I don't actually know how this was before. I'm assuming it was something like this. Okay. I am going to use the tried and true method of navigating back. Only because I need to visit my old place again. Oh, where's my teleportation stick?
It's just at spawn, your old base.
Yep.
The one I definitely didn't steal sugarcane from.
Well, yeah.
Back when we started the server, which was how long ago?
Too long ago.
And then me and Nathan just played the heck out of it, and then it kind of just died. And
Yep.
look, we're all back now.
Well, we haven't dragged Nathan into this. We should do that.
Yeah, we should.
Is Nathan even online? Yeah, he is.
Bloody Yanks.
Oh, that's right. The space behind this wall I made very dangerous, didn't I?
Wait. So Root's name isn't Nathan?
No.
Oh, wow. I always thought it was this whole time.
Nope.
And what is it? Adam? Can't remember.
I can't remember. I'm bad with names.
We'll just keep calling him Root.
Yeah, that's the easiest. Alright, I remember now, but I don't know if he makes it public, so I'm not gonna... Names are hard. Dylan, do you like Ben's sign?
Just make that the server icon already.
Yep. Dylan doesn't like it, Ben.
Well, there's something definitely wrong with him.
Wow.
Joking.
Wow. I'm gonna let this flower suck up my experience. Wait, how much mana do we have in here? Need one. This is true, Dylan.
Don't judge.
Yeah, I don't think this flower is sending anything to... I think it's linked... Yeah, it's linked to that mana spreader. So really what I should be doing is like this, because then it goes to this mana spreader instead of that one. No? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Welcome back, Tim. Yeah, reverse engineering can be like that. It's an empty cardboard box. Mana tablet is empty. Oh, you know what I should also be doing? Okay. Where did I put the to-do list?
Network packets. you said.
Borrow some network packets? What? What are they called? Storage. Bus. And then I'd have to run the wires behind this. This is gonna suck. Wait, did I? Yeah. Yeah, that was a game lagging. I saw it too. Actually, no, I can move these downstairs. Because I can then just access them for this. Also, I can merge some of these bows. Fair enough, Pearly. Oh, I've run out of things. Four. And I... Okay. So I can move 4 of these across. That's good. I will, however... Oh no! I meant to move that one. I've got one cardboard box in there. I had the other ones in my... Ender sack, that's right. Let's grab 4 cardboard boxes, because that's what we're going to need. And we'll start with... Cobble, coal. And these guys. And then we're going to need some basic cable. Glass cable. Yeah. Nice. And I put these guys in the wrong spot. H-Man, welcome to the stream. I'm doing well. How about you? Right now, I'm just trying to organize my storage because it's a complete and utter mess. I'd probably be better off just running them straight. We'll make this easy for myself for now, and we will run the glass cables out this way. And that also means we can, for now, disconnect that, which we're going to need the wrench. RTMP. Because I haven't looked into how it works when it comes to... if I'm streaming an FTL, what happens to the stream on... Well, actually, so... Yeah, right now I'm going direct to Restream. Normally what I do is I go through Nginx to Restream so that I can also split off to Facebook. And I don't know how well any of that would work. Obviously the RTMP proxy wouldn't work in FTL mode. But I also don't know how Periscope would and Twitch would treat FTL. Or if it's just a very simple change on the Restream end that I don't need to be concerned about. Don't know. Haven't looked into it. I should be putting these up top, shouldn't I? Thanks for the follow, H-Man. Welcome to the order. What I can do is I can run 1, 2, 3, 4 here. And then I can run another 4 down here. And then we'll use the wrench to get rid of this one. Because really what we should be doing is they should be up top. And then we can connect these drawers. And then what we do is back here, we tell it actually... And then we tell it... You are a slightly higher priority than main storage. There we go, and then... Partition. Priority 1. So now, when I go to access anything from here... That's no good. I think I'm pulling too much power. I think I ran out of power, Ben.
Oh, man. Time to build a nuke. I mean, not a nuke, well, they're practically nukes.
No, hang on. I'm not out of power. Oh, I need... it's that stupid limitation of the ME system in the second version where you're limited, so you need multiple energy acceptors. Yeah, I've killed the power, so what I need is I will take one of these, and that
You
drops it
basically
back
need
down.
a failover.
Yeah, so I reached 8 channels. I need a second set of 8 channels. Oh, damn. Okay, how do I do the channel stuff again? I think it was this one. Without it, only up to 8 devices can interact anymore. Everything stops working. It is not possible to have 2 ME controllers in one network. Unlike most ME network devices, the controller does not require channels, rather it emits them. 8 or 32 per side, depending on how many channels the device supports. So, I need Pure Fluix crystals, Skystone blocks, and engineering processes. So I need an ME controller. And then I also have to reposition my energy acceptor 1 block higher. Yeah.
Is that the Edge browser you're using there?
No, that's Firefox.
Ah, it's Firefox.
So let me show you a neat trick. This is Firefox. This is Chrome. Firefox, Chrome. Basically the way I've got it set up is anything non-media related, so anything other than Twitch, YouTube, and Mixer, I run in Firefox. Those 3 I run in Chrome because they perform better in Chrome.
I will agree with you on that. YouTube, every time I've ever launched it on Edge, just simply doesn't work like it should.
In Firefox, they don't work. They kind of work, but they lag the whole browser. I don't want to have to put up with that. What am I missing? Of course I've got Skystone blocks. Where?
Have you tried Chromium yet? I mean, not Chromium.
Not yet.
The Edge Chromium
I haven't
thing.
tried Credge, as people are nicknaming it. Because I'd rather test it when it's ready to be tested, rather than in a semi-functional state. Oh, you know what? They're all in that extra one up here.
What I like about it is that you can use Chrome plugins on it. It's like the biggest thing for me is that you can use Chrome plugins on Edge now. But now the real question is, does it perform well with other Google services?
I don't see why not. I mean,
Well,
in the end, it's just Chrome with some extra stuff on
Skin.
top. Hi, Elf Lover. The gaming's going well. I've been very productive. I have a fully functional what's it called? Botania, like, garden. And right now I'm refining my ME system because I have all of these disconnected chests and the actual ME system over here. Yeah. Which has a fair bit of stuff in it. How are you doing?
Networking switchboard. Didn't know you had your Cisco certification.
I don't, because that test was hard.
I did my CCNA course a while ago and I just hated every moment of it.
Yeah, Cisco commands are rubbish. So...
I bought a single Cisco switch that was managed here,
Yeah.
and I bought it, $15 off eBay. I was like, oh yeah, I should have a web GUI when I first started getting into all networking and that.
Mm-hmm.
It was all terminal,
Yep.
and it was all through a serial port.
Yep. Sounds correct to me.
So like I couldn't even use it as a functional switch when I first got it. Just wouldn't work.
That sounds about right. Okay. And then the energy acceptor. Wait. Why won't it let me? Is there a rule to
it's-
placing this, or is there something here? Oh, the
It's
oak wood
having
takes up
rules.
the space. I see. I'm just gonna break it for now. Oh no, hang on, I forgot. I need... How are you getting power? What? I specifically got a cable anchor for this.
Is it like the portals? Just infinite free power?
No, it seems to have its own internal buffer. So even though I disconnected the power, it kind of sat there, lighting up for a bit.
I see.
Oh,
I broke a crystal chest that wasn't displaying the items in it. Wonderful.
what?
You know those crystal chests, how they're supposed to show what's in it?
Mm-hmm.
Mine wasn't, so I thought it was empty and broke it. It was full.
That's problematic. I've got a different problem. I'm not getting power. What's the correct way to connect? All ME controller blocks on an ME network must be connected, else the blocks will turn red. Size must be within 7 by 7 by 7. We have 2 adjacent blocks. If a block violates this rule, it would disable and turn white. That's not white. It just doesn't have power. Which is weird, because the energy acceptor right here should be giving it power. Now, it could be that it wants me to run an extra... Just to confirm, I do have power. That seems really silly, Dylan. Ah, crud. Wait, where did my... The undermining stuff. Hmm? I had a thing to stop cables from attaching to each other. Where did that go? Okay, so what if I give it power from this direction? And I disconnect this end for now. Yeah, it has 0 power. And I need to...
I just realised I lost my wolf in my house fire.
Does that give you power? Aha! Okay. It's a step in the right direction. I don't know where my cable thingy went. But that's okay, because I can disconnect... Or did I put it in here? No. I guess that technically works. That's fair though, Dylan. A lot of these make stuff more complicated than it should be. Like the stuff I'm messing with right now. It's a complete mess, and it's not worth learning. Okay, so if I stick a cable anchor on this side... Don't know how that got over there. I forget how to change the mode of the configurator. I think so, yeah. That's in response to Tim for daylight savings. I think so. We'll show the color for that side. Right clicking will print a message, and shift right clicking will cycle through. You can click it comes in different modes. You can switch. Oh, right.
I don't have to worry about daylight savings. Or as Sam calls it, fake Australian time.
It is. It's... Daylight savings is dumb. Controls. Mechanism item mode switch, comma. Do I have multiple things set up to use comma? No, I don't. By crouching and then pressing... Ah, okay. That's dumb. Okay. So I should be able to... I don't know. Either way, this works. I will leave it at this. I'm just gonna dump everything I've got. Now I've got one more storage bus, so I'm gonna grab this guy. Oh good, I watched that cardboard box disappear. It's somewhere. Yeah, I thought so. I did it. Everything functions now.
Ooh, that's a good mod pack full.
You know what I am gonna do though? Move. Extra utils to quarry dim. So now the ME system craziness has begun. I am concerned about how much power that's pulling.
Well, if you need extra power, you can always somehow steal a bit of mine.
Hmm.
Because I'll be honest, I think I generate way too much than what I require.
There was a thing that one mod had, which was not like an ender generator, which was kind of like an ender thing that allowed you to move power between places.
I think it started with T. I know what you're talking about. I think Ender.io had them.
Yeah. But a quantum entangloporter should do the trick. There's a machine that allows liquids, items, energy, and gas to be sent from one to another through a channel. Similar to a tesseract from thermal expansion. Yeah, so that would be one way. It's just a pain in the butt to make.
That's fine, we'll just run, what, a cable 1k away? We should be fine, right?
Well, I don't know if the chunks would have to be loaded.
Probably say they would be. And then I say there would be like a limit of how far the cable can send energy.
Yeah.
If it's on the feed
Oh,
to beat
no.
launcher Wolf, I think there is a button somewhere that allows you to download it directly. But don't quote me on that. Just going from my vague memory of the Feed the Beast launcher.
I like how the texture for... the texture for the cable facade is mirrored compared to the chiseled wood, even though they're the same block. Also, the cable facade works differently, that's weird. Nope, not what I meant to do. But sure. I'm not gonna bother.
What I've just pasted in chat, Wolf, is the legacy installer.
Yeah, that'll get you most mod packs.
I had problems with the Twitch one when I was on ADSL, it just wouldn't load anything.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Maybe your ISP was blacklisting Twitch.
I don't think they were, because it would occasionally work, but it was just that poor you couldn't watch a constant stream. It was in, out, in, out, in, out kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I've switched to ISPs now, thank God, with my Telstra.
Yeah.
So I haven't had a problem yet, and it's really good because if they do block a port, you just call them up and they'll unblock it for you.
Neat.
Yeah, Aussie broadband.
I mean, for the basic ports like 80, you wouldn't want like port 80 to be open anyway. Like you shouldn't be hosting any web server, public-facing web server, on a local setup anyway. Alright, Pearly, thanks for hanging out.
Steve Hurley. Yeah, even though Aussie Broadband does use some of Telstra's equipment, I still prefer their support over Telstra's. I just banged my head against the wall with Telstra for their support.
It's about all you can do, really.
What I like about Aussie Broadband, though, they give you a control panel that allows you to kick the DPU. So
Really?
Yes. So when you used to call Telstra and was like, I want my port reset, you can do that yourself now with Aussie Broadband.
Interesting.
It's very helpful when you're trying to do a networking job. There's been many times where you swap out a new modem and it won't authenticate properly because the ISP's like, oh, it's a new modem, not gonna like that. So you re-kick it and authenticates and it's all good.
Now, is there a way I can disable a forestry backpack when I'm picking stuff up manually? Items may be inserted, but it does not pick up drops. Resupply. Automatically resupplies items in the player's hotbar inventory from the backpack. Using a chest while sneaking will transfer assigned blocks from the chest to the backpack. Okay, so I want to lock it when I'm doing stuff. So this is... use it while sneaking. So let's test this so that I know.
Everyone's experience is different,
Sweet.
Dylan, to whatever ISP you use. I work in medical centres and all that, and I've just never had a good work with Telstra. And like, nothing worse is when your internet connection goes down in a medical centre because everything talks to the internet. So like, you want to send off pathology or anything, it just won't let you. Ah, I see.
Okay, I think I'm set. So now, my plan... Oh, hello! I just walked out of my house and there were two creepers just hanging out. Oh, you know what? That would have gone straight down to where my teleporters are. That's no use to me.
Yeah, that's the little control panel there, Matt, in the Hermitcraft. I'm in Hermit Pack Chat.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't want to be set on fire this time.
Why would you say? I'm assuming you're in Australia, Dylan?
No, he's in New Zealand.
Ah,
It says that 2 messages up.
Ah, okay. Good. Yeah, doesn't New Zealand have gigabit? Or is that just Auckland?
That was much more pleasant.
You've got NBN, don't you, Matt? You still stream off that little 4G.
I do, yes. No, I don't stream off that anymore. I use that on the train. Coming from work.
At least it's still got a life after streaming, I guess.
Yeah. But I don't use it enough for it to be worth the money. I might cancel it.
And let me assume, Dylan, it's 25, 50, and 100.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so 100 points. Max I've seen that a residential or like small business can get is 100 megabytes max.
Megabits.
Yes.
Gotta get the terminology right. Megabits.
Yeah, you'd think I'd have it right, even though that I work in a telco company.
You'd
Well-
think.
Telecommunications repair service.
But apparently not.
No, no one taught me well.
Alright. This has gone really well. I mean, I still don't remember the correct measurements on the two of them, but I know enough to be able to tell them apart. And there's a reason I've set up Steam to actually report in megabits rather than megabytes. So you can actually see. So you can actually see I've got it throttled to 24. But if I wanted to, here's the problem, right? You can, so I pay for 50 megabits per second, right? In Steam, I can either cap it to 16, 24, 40, or 56. You can't cap it to 45, you can't cap it to 30. It's 16, 24, 40, or 56. No, that's not what I mean though, Wolf Hybrid. So you wrote megabytes when you mean megabits. Yeah, right, Dylan? And actually, Windows, luckily... Oh, Root fell asleep. Root, your portal in your village is under your floor. See, luckily Windows reports in megabits per second. Yeah, 1 megabyte equals 8 megabits. Yes, it's complicated and people can't tell them apart. Ben, did we lose you?
No, I'm still here.
Cool, just checking. So, for example, Steam by default will report in megabytes. So say I'm paying for 100 megabits. I'm not going to see 100 MB in Steam. I will see 10 MB. Because Steam by default writes in megabytes, not megabits. So then people go, I'm paying for 100, but I'm only seeing 10. And you're like, oh, you have to explain the difference, and you're better off just not trying. Okay, I'm gonna put some pants on here.
Excuse me, what?
I have 2 helmets, excellent. My character is not wearing any pants.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
I mean, you don't know if I'm wearing... Yeah, Root. Basically, when Ben teleported over to it, because the chunk was already loaded, it spawned him on top of your floor correctly. When I teleported in, because the chunk wasn't loaded at the time, I got teleported into your floor. So I had to dig my way out. So when you can get a chance, please move your portal out of the floor. Yes, this is true, Dylan. So the other thing I wanted to make was a thing that would stop me from getting knocked back. Right, the tectonic girdle. I made it, I just don't wear it because I can only wear one at a time. Right. Correct. Everything you're saying I agree with, Dylan. Ooh, I want to make one of these. Green, red, and a cyan and light blue. Cyan. I could have sworn I got red ones. Where are my red ones? Oh, I might have put them in this chest over here. Yes. Cyan, red, green, and light blue. Oh, and I'll need seeds as well. Not that one, this one. Okay. So now what I can do is I can put this next to this, and that'll tell me
Done
whether I'm
subnet
taking
counting
mana.
yet, Dylan? Because if you haven't, you'll love subnet counting.
Cool. So now I've got one of those. That'll be handy.
I seem to be getting attacked by an invisible skeleton somewhere.
There are ways to speed up taking mana out of a mana pool, even though the problem I'm running into is it takes it out too fast. Ooh. Ooh. I need some shears. That's what I need. Because someone wasn't thinking straight or didn't think it through. Yeah. And then I can throw... Yeah. So I need pasture seeds and living wood. I'm carrying in here. Weirdly quiet without music, isn't it? Let's fix that. Okay, that should do it. It's a lot of mana. Maybe. Okay, so now we've got some mana in the tablet. What else can we do? Armor can be made. While they aren't very strong, comes with raw resistance after the load, making lighter more powerful. Destroy huge tracts of land when charged to its maximum potential. Right, 10. Now, if I remember correctly... to make zinc...
Lol, pen and paper. Where are they?
I need an industrial grinder. I need an industrial grinder. Oh, this one's a Tech Reborn thing. I have none of these items. I don't even have tin.
What's the torch that makes the mobs stop spawning?
I don't know.
I definitely need one of them. I miss having walls on my house.
Pilot instructor, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. How are you doing tonight? I need to log into Bottissimo and get rid of that star at the end of the follow message. Emma Ann, welcome to the stream. Not much going on here, just me realizing that to make what I want to make, I need to make this thing, which requires a bunch of items I do not currently have, meaning I have to make them all. That's going to take a lot of time, and I just... DCL Cruiser. Hello. How you doing? Thanks, Dylan. See ya.
See you, Dylan.
Emma Ann, how are you doing? Too many people showed up at the same time, and I lost track of who I was saying hi to and who I was responding to with answers to their questions. I can sentence correctly, it's fine. Bit of both. DCL Cruiser. Mostly because I find streaming fun. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the order. Also to kind of practice speaking to an audience. I don't know. And to be honest, I enjoy using OBS in general, so...
You nerd.
Yeah, maybe a little. Oh, not that button. Maybe a little, maybe a lot. And my hair's doing things again. Emma Ann, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. Could have waited like 10 seconds for me to fix this bug, but I don't know where to fix it anyway, so... Mixer settings. Thanks for the follow. Wait, really? Announce follows. Oh, okay. Hang on. Thanks for the follow, and it's well, welcome to the order. Username? Is that what it said? Yeah, okay. Settings saved. Fingers crossed.
I had a Minecraft tutorial open and I thought it was the stream for a second there.
I'm good, Emma Ann. Now that I've figured everything out in terms of Botania and the ME system, I'm good. No worries, Root. Just message me or Ben and we'll hop on with you.
See if you're right.
Okay, everything looks good. So the question becomes, do I want to actually make zinc? Which, the reason I needed zinc was... Why did I need zinc? I needed the zinc to be able to make a thing, and that thing was... something. Oh god. Alright, it was to make... brass. Because apparently the only way to make brass ingots requires zinc and copper, zinc and copper, zinc and copper, zinc and copper. Zinc and copper, brass dust. Can I make brass dust using something else? A scrap box. That's a very good idea, Emma Ann. I personally do that because usually the people with little to no views, so I appreciate you stopping by. I usually do that because usually the people with less views tend to be more interesting and engaging, as in they talk to their audience more. Once you reach a certain point of like 50, 60 active viewers, it's very hard for the streamer to keep to maintain a conversation with chat. Some of them are really good at it, but the bigger the streamer, the harder it is for them to keep up, and then they focus more on their subs rather than the people who are actually talking. And plus, it's usually more relaxed in general. All the big streamers are loud. I am not seeing any way to avoid making zinc. So I'm gonna have to make this industrial grinder. Unless I can find this. Where is this? Sphalerite ore. I feel like I've seen this, and that would give me sphalerite dust, which I can then break down using an industrial electrolyzer into zinc. Okay, so new plan.
Legend, you have sand.
I have some sand, yes. Sphalerite ore. I need to keep an eye out for that, and we're gonna go hunting. But first, we're gonna kill some things. Whoop. Ow. I really need to make this entrance better. Ah, I have regrets already. It's all gone bad. I need to make this space smaller, that's the problem.
Probably should actually make a better mob.
Yeah.
Like an actual functioning like mob killing room, I guess.
Yep, pretty much. That would take time though. I already have other things I need to work on. Also, why did a zombie spawn up above this floor? I did not tell you to do this. No, zombie. It should not be dark enough there for you to spawn. Let's put a light blob there. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to quickly eat some meat here. And we're going to go to do some stuff underground. Oh no, Tim. Is it safe to panic yet? I don't need this stack of tin ore. Dump it in here for now. This is True Sonic. Hmm. Damn, they weren't attached to each other. Making my job harder. Well, there's no... It's bauxite. There is one downside to being able to fly very quickly, is once you actually need to do it underground, it's a pain in the butt. How about here? Server lagged for a bit there. Where was that ravine over here? Let's check the ravine. Oh, you spawned on land. That's less interesting. Okay. This way. Down into the ravine we go. I realize this might be a little hard to watch with all of the movement going on. I will take this iron. I don't need the tin anymore. Black quartz. Oh, hi. So much bauxite. I don't need any of it. Or the ruby, really. Wouldn't hurt to get some redstone, actually. I'll need it for more of my machines later.
Well, just go to the nether, I guess. You've plenty of it there.
True, true.
And we now have a safe spawn, so we won't instantly die.
You mean you won't instantly die?
It's supposed to benefit everyone, not just me.
I see what you're trying to say, but I know what you're really saying.
Just don't tell Sam, that's all I ask.
I won't.
Try to get this vault door to work. I don't know how it works. I'm just gonna jump in single player for a second, test something.
Industrial grade graphite. Why would I need that? Too easy to accidentally knock out my lights when I mean to kill a thing. Ooh, it's dark down here. Even with my lights.
And Minecraft's crashed.
Oh no.
Multiplayer's fine. Single player, no. No way.
Nah, you don't need to play single player anyway. You know what? I'm just gonna put the light here. That's a lot of coal. I'll accept this. Just digging up. Apparently I got stuck. There we go. Come on. Where else can we go? There's this thing over here. Oh,
Let's try single player again.
is that recommended? Oh,
Oh,
someone's
why not?
been here. That's unfortunate. 3 chests, I guess. But...
And I'm in like Flynn.
Oh, this poor squid. Sorry, buddy. I don't know if I saw it in the nether, maybe? Because that's a possibility. Ooh. Oh, no, it's the same entrance that I just used, isn't it? Dang. Thought maybe I'd found a dungeon. Nope, just found the exit.
Ah, I see. The vault door requires the whole room to be built out of this vault wall block. Wonderful.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah. Because you have to place iron bars first to place the actual bucket. of
Oh,
the
no.
concrete.
That's like proper building.
Reinforcement bar. Sadly, the door doesn't have a cool opening animation. That's a bit disappointing.
Does it at least have a sound effect?
Let me turn Minecraft up then. Have a look. Nope.
Well, that's
That's-
unfortunate.
That's very sad, actually. And you can't break any of the blocks inside. Oh. I wanted to make that the front door of my new house.
I'm gonna have to stop by the nether. Because I think that might be where I saw the block.
fun fact, once you build the vault stuff and set it up, it is non-destroyable by hand or tool.
I mean, that's kind of the point, isn't it?
Yeah, but you want to break it somehow, I guess. Let's see if TNT destroys it. Nope, it's invincible to TNT as well.
Nis Johansson? Let me know if I mispronounced your name, which I probably did. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. This one I've already explored, haven't I? I think so. I've lost track. They all look the same. That's cool. I know a couple people from Sweep. I say a couple, literally two.
Better than none, I guess.
Yeah. There's so many countries I'd like to visit at some stage to visit all the people that I know. But I'd be broke. I felt the lag when you joined the server.
I bet. I remember when I used to join the main server and you used to like just lag everyone out for like 10 seconds.
I think it probably still does that. I don't think that was ever fixed.
Especially loading into my chunk, I say it would be.
Found another village. This one looks really nice.
You can tell if fruit's been there if the farms have been raided in.
I don't raid the farms completely. I'm at least gonna light up the houses, you know? How do you get into this one? Through the back door, I guess.
I'm still waiting for Root to actually repair his village.
Ben, take a look at stream. This is their front door.
No, you see, that's a prop house.
But they're living in it!
Oh! So there's... How did you get in there? You have break... Oh wait, they have got the back door, but it's fenced off. Wonderful.
Luckily there is a fence gate. But yeah, their front door is completely blocked. It's supposed to be on this path, but because this other house ended up on the top of this mountain, it decided, okay, the path needs to go up to this building.
We sit here and go, oh yeah, Minecraft's pretty smart, then we remember the terrain generation.
Yeah. Pretty much.
It's not as bad as Root's house, where he's literally taken houses down just for the wood.
I have nothing in here that I want to take with me. Oh yeah, these guys are pretty good too. Take a look.
They've got a dirt bar, I guess. Or a table. Well, a staircase to a planned top floor, you know? Scaffolding.
I'm gonna put this jam back in there. I don't need the raw calamari either. Squid beak. I don't think squids have beaks. I don't think that's how that works.
Someone obviously didn't do a quick Google before
Yeah.
making them. Do squids
Squid.
have
We
beaks?
need some kind of squid drop that isn't what is normally provided by the game. Ooh, how about a beak? I feel like a beak would be basically useless underwater.
Huh. Done a quick Google search and squids have beaks.
Really?
Yeah, it's called Cephalopod or something like that. Send you the wiki link.
Well, there you go. Cephalopod. Two-part beak. Situated inside and surrounded by muscular head appendages.
Thank you, Discord, for displaying that image.
That's when it can't pull the image for the embed. The stinky poop. Sad stinky poop. Hmm. That was a lot of coal. Not even all of it. Let's try this cave entrance. I might end stream soon.
Yeah, it's getting a bit like that way. Yeah, a bit like
I've been live for 4.5 hours.
only 4.5 hours.
Well, four is a good, like, middle ground. I've done 8-hour streams before, and they're tiring.
I think the longest I've ever streamed for was 2 hours straight. And that was on ADSL, so I couldn't play multiplayer, and it was the lowest quality you could get.
Hmm.
And I think someone from WMA popped in and was like, "This is crap," and then left.
Ouch.
Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about that. Because, you know,
Because you don't
good old
stream?
NBN. Yeah, well, I actually did stream once I got NBN, and it actually worked extremely well.
As it should.
Well, you hope it should,
Hmm.
especially if you're paying $120 a month for internet.
This is true. I do need to use my final block here. I get weird game freezes occasionally when eating food. This isn't working. I need you here. I think this is a village I've already been to. Gotta be somewhere, right? Alright, I was also going to adjust my microphone's delay, because I think I've got it too far behind. Okay. Hi, Squid. You are easy experience. Owl up here. How are you doing? Alright, I have the thingy now. That's cool. What do you mean, poop? Tim, isn't it good that it works? Would you not be concerned if it didn't work? Ah. Porting to Python shouldn't be too hard, right? It's just language to language. I'm kidding, by the way. Highbrow Curve, welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. Yes, a thing. This is the Horn of the Wild. It breaks stuff. And it can also break leaves. It's supposed to also break leaves. It didn't break the leaves. It's really costing me a lot of mana, though. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Inflator input stream. Suck my levels dry. What's it set to? Yeah, okay. And then after this, I jump into the Nether, see if I find that block anywhere. I don't even remember what it was called. I should set up a search for it. Right. So it's called Sphalerite. Oh, cool. 14 more levels, come on. Oh, I bet now, if I... Can I make you go straight into the pool? I shouldn't be able to. Interesting. Yeah, the issue is the mana spread is too slow. And I can only have a plant pointed at one mana spreader at once. So what I'd need to do is I'd need to set up 2 of these Rose Arcanas to be able to suck my levels out more quickly. Okay. Then, what we're going to do is we're going to dump some things. Yep. And then we're going to go to the Nether. Oh, actually, before we do... Let me recharge the things. There we go. Now I won't accidentally kill myself. Ben?
Yes.
Take a look at stream.
Yes. Looks. That way my villager went. I actually thought he burnt down in the house fire. Wonderful. Well, good news is he's alive, I guess.
Alive, but in the nether. Yes, this is a personal server. Highbrow Curve. Well, I host it on my own server externally, but it's limited to certain friends. So yeah, if you want to pick up your villager, he's just on the other end of the nether portal.
Better get my golden lasso.
Yeah. So, I'm looking for... Is that it? No, that's just Ardite. Also Ardite. Oh, it's Evil Chicken again. Oh, there are 2 evil chickens. Bastard. There we go. Got him. Yeah, I'm almost positive the thing I was seeing before was just Ardite. Might have to Google where to get Sphalerite. Tech review.
Wonderful. The portal has spawned me in the middle of nowhere.
Nether layers 10 to 126. So basically anywhere. That's handy, isn't it?
Yes, because I think all of our nether portals are that close together. It all kind of just thinks it's one and then just
Correct.
chucks you in the middle of the jungle, like near spawn.
Yep. Yeah, all I'm seeing is Ardite. I should be looking for orange. Aha! Is that another evil chicken? You deserve that one. I'm gonna let you burn. It's hard to look for it, let me tell you. It's not as common as they would make you believe.
What block are you looking for?
Sphalerite ore.
The villager is now back at home.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it.
I better wall off the nether portal before he goes back in.
Nah, really? More emerald. Finding orange mixed in this shade of red is an effort and a half. Oh, it's a dead end. Oh no. Why did it have to be a dead end? Come on, that should have hit him. I am not finding many of these. Found a couple when I initially entered the Nether, but I've not seen any since.
Right, zombies follow you into the sunlight now. Interesting.
Sometimes they do, yeah. The limestone looks a lot like carpet if you don't look at it too closely.
You in the nether portal room thing.
Yeah. Well, I was teleporting back so that I can get more emerald. The wrong side of my house. Just waiting impatiently.
Oh, why do you do this to me, Twitter? Show me an old Windows phone.
Did you hear that Facebook are going to be removing their apps from the Windows Phone Store?
Well, I don't see why it's not a bad thing, because, like, if it's just the phone store, like, no one uses it. The project is basically dead. Besides you, Matt. Because doesn't it still receive security updates?
No, I mean the Facebook app, the Instagram app, and the Messenger app are getting removed from the store.
Oh. Well.
Yeah.
James, for the few people that still own a Windows phone.
Right.
But is there a reason behind it? Or is it
just because so they're removing it in June, I think, because Windows Phone won't be supported as of the end of this year. I don't see the logic behind it.
Yes, I do. See, I loved my Windows Phone. The only downfall is that Microsoft, when they put their mind to something, I notice they want something now or never. If they gave...
Well, on top of that, here's the other problem, is they don't fully... They don't support their consumer-facing things 100% from the get-go.
Well,
So, for example, Groove Music. They killed that off. Cortana. It was US only for a long time, and then it slowly spread out to a couple other countries, and then they cancelled it because not enough people used it because it wasn't available to everyone. It's weird.
Good help, Microsoft. But yeah, I enjoyed my Windows Phone a lot when I had it, like, even though it's a cheap one.
And you should be able to enjoy using your phone. It shouldn't be a chore.
Exactly. It's the only downfall I find with my Android phone. Like, to do anything, it's like, oh, you gotta open this, and it just seems to take forever with my Note 8 at the moment. After the, I think it's called the One Pi or One UI update, it just seemed to have made the phone awful.
It's unfortunate.
It was a great phone when I first got it, and then this update came out, and like, now they tried to turn it into an iPhone, I reckon. So they simplified the icons, and you used to swipe up to like close an app. Now you swipe left to close it, which isn't a big deal, but
you're used to doing it one way. There's no why.
Yeah, exactly. Why change it if people are used to it? Like, that's my biggest gripe.
Yeah. Maybe they didn't think anyone was using it, so they changed it so that new people wouldn't have a problem.
Is it possible? Don't know. All I know is it takes Samsung ages to produce an update for any of their phones.
Yeah, the Android ecosystem in general is complete rubbish. Nobody wants to support their own phones for longer than like 6 months. And you get companies like Samsung releasing like 50 phones a year.
Yeah, and then you remember, like, they've got all those budget phones as well. So you kind of like, oh yeah, there's a budget phone, and then they like release an update or two to that, and then it's completely useless.
Yeah. Hi Gast, how are you doing? Yep, I'm having no luck with this. I'm gonna have to do this off stream.
Still hunting that one block.
Yeah, I got it like twice. Like, it should be the only orange block other than magma. And I'm not seeing it.
Well, it is blending in with red, I guess.
Maybe. I'm gonna go back to spawn, and then sign off.
Alright. Inventory tweaks, error, failed to sort container. Wonderful.
I need to dump my inventory. Not my inventory, my experience. And then I can check how much is in here. Not much. Okay.
May we have your attention, please?
Alright, Ben, I'll chat to you another time.
Alright, Matt. Have a good one.
You too. Alrighty. It's been a productive day. We've got a working Britannia set up. We've explored the Nether. We've got a working ME set up. We just need more resources. I need zinc. No streams planned. I might end up streaming either Sea of Thieves or what's that other game that I've been meaning to stream? I only died 8 times. Let me quickly check. VR port. I might stream Elite Dangerous in VR. That could be fun. But thanks for hanging out. If you don't already, follow me on Twitter at WizardCM. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye.